rocky shore. Get me off the ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby. I'm on my own, still lost at sea. My thirst is dragging me down to my knees. Wave upon wave, crashing over my bow. Might be sinking, keep pulling on those oars. I keep you reeling me in. Oh, yeah, yeah. I hear the sirens calling me, baby. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I see your light out shining onto me. Get me off the rocky shore. Get me off the ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby. Ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby.
Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm flat still. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Ixen. Oh my god, Tucken. I have Tucken. I like Tucken. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Wiggle Wiggles? That wiggle is actually so good. I like it. I like the wiggle. I wanna get the wiggle from Ragdoll Dog as well someday. Hey, it's a sniffer. I'm gonna sniff Tucken. I need to sniff Tucken. Wait, let me open up this one. I can actually open up yeah, I can use the closed caption now. Because I'm playing County Strike and not playing Monster Hunter Wilds anymore. I mean, I will still play more Monster Hunter Wilds, but for now, I feel like I've done most, if not all, the things possible in the game. Actually, I'm not too sure. Might be something new when I reach HR 100, but you know that's after me grind for a little bit. Last night I was playing a little bit with my mid-school friend, and it's like, ooh. Figure out the Sword and Shield actually really strong. You know, other than that, R2O is really strong, but the R2O is just mean, right? Sword and Shield is so buffed, actually doing so much damage, and especially after a perfect guard. And then a triangle retaliation deals like, if possible, if possible 200 damage plus. It's like, strong. Sword and Shield strong, like really strong. I like it. I really like it. But last night we were fighting against 6 Yen Cuckoos again because of the event quest. we fought 6 Yen Cuckoo in 30 minutes. Quite fast, right? Quite fast. I like it. I was using Great Sword. Great Sword is still fun. I like Great Sword. Big Sword, go cut. Kablow, they die, right? Very fun. I like it. So today, I want to play some gun game, a little bit of a gun game maybe. Right, maybe a little bit of gun. I like guns. Guns good, very fun. I like guns. Right. But I'm a little bit afraid because my gun skill bad. I have bad gun skill. It's okay though, right? It's okay. Little bit of pew pew and a little bit of crime maybe. Crime. Spin in the toilet. Heck yeah. Hi Evie. Ooh. So tempting. Ooh. Nah, I you know, as much as tempting as this is, I still want to play a little bit of gun game. Just a little bit. It's fun. I like gun game. Hope you are doing good on a very nice Sunday. I'll keep the music very soft because I'm playing Counter-Strike, and I kinda need to listen to footsteps. Like very, very soft. Like super duper soft. Almost to the point of that maybe you guys can't even hear it anymore. Or you guys have to listen to it very intently. It's like, oh hey, there's music at the background. Wow. So I heard people saying that, you know, listening to music while playing Counter-Strike is like the worst idea in the entire in the entire universe. It's like they're not wrong. Right? They're not wrong, I guess. Not good at listening? Same. Or maybe I'm okay at listening. I don't know. I like music. Music good. I've been spoiled, oh my god. Listening to music while playing a shooter game is what it is, to be honest, which is why I don't play shooters. I need my music. Finally, it's not Monster Hunter while I can watch and enjoy Kobo again. But I like Monster Hunter. I like Monster Hunter Wilds a lot. Okay, window. Can I? Can I maybe try to make the game a little bit more, just a little bit more? Need snacks? Have good snack. Can degrade graphics performance. What does this look like? Oh god. That is probably not a good idea. I get it encoding overloaded forever. Shit. Low. Maybe I put medium on this. What is this? Texture filtering? Oh, it looks more smooth, question mark? Oh, I see. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Let's put Trillin, yeah? Gun! This gun is the best gun ever! Hi, Brian. Which gun? I like gun. Gun. I shoot gun. Maybe inclusion just makes the things very dark, I feel like. Fish using gun. Hi, Will. Hi, Brian. Potentially increases performance and reduces GPU memory use. HDR controls the range of brightness between the brightest and darkest pixels. Choose performance decreases the quality of HDR rendering, but potentially increased performance. How about quality? Is it gonna kill my game? No. think global shadow is fine. What I need is dynamic shadows, because they don't really change the shadows from the enemy or from the player model. I think it's fine. Let's try this. I guess hopefully the game runs okay. I hope. I don't know. $50. Show only friends. Yes. I'm not gonna mute all because they might want to communicate. Unless they are spouting some weird shit or like offensive stuff, then I'll mute them. I think this is fine. Trying out new stuff. One dot. One huge dot. Maybe this is better? Just like a one huge dot. I'm gonna give it a try. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. There we go. Yeah, and then let's do this one. I kind of like it. I still don't know what this damage prediction is. Immediately play the visual/audio effects of inflicting damage without waiting for confirmation from the server. Damage prediction can make shooting feel significantly more responsive, but comes with the risk of occasionally being wrong. Aim punch tagging or death that your client isn't yet aware of. Damage prediction is not active when you have high ping. Oh. Sparks and things though. Blood spurts and sound effects. Target immediately ragdoll when the Q is predicted. If the prediction turns out to be wrong, the target snaps back to its server authoritative position. Oh, that's weird. I guess this is fine. Alright, so what do we play? What do we play? I want... God, my nuke is so high level. What is this? Electric catfish. Do I try playing Vertigo? It's a little bit scary though, since I'm not too sure about Vertigo myself. I have 63 wins on Dust. I'm so good. Yeah, let's give it a try. Now we wait. Now we wait. Actually, how do I check? How do I check how many people are playing the game currently? Is there a way to check? Question mark? There has to be, right? Maybe I can. Let me try going to Google. Or not. That was really fast. 36 seconds. 35 seconds. I got a match. No warm up needed. No warm up needed. Just go for go to a match. It's fine.
Let's roll.
All right, here we go. Entry frags. I need to know more about the terms of Counter-Strike. But what's a frag? Is it like a grenade? I know we have frag grenade, but what's a frag? Oh yeah, do tell me if the game is a little bit too loud. I can lower down the volume. King side eye. Yes, yes, a side eye, yes. Wait, give me a second. I need to quickly. Okay. Why you block? Why you block? Hey, don't. Guess I'll go for a short. Careful short. I didn't tell them though. I think the game might be on a little bit of a louder side. Let's put it at 80%, I think. Damn! 4 kills, holy! Gaming, I have 24 damage. Doink? Okay, I will think after this round. Oh, when I wait. They lost, right? They might rush, actually. Yep, they're rushing in. Shit, there's one more. Gems for the dirt? Yeah. AWP. Going B? I'll fake A then. Jesus! Oh, bomb drop at B. Yikes. I'm gonna dematerialize for now. I shall be back later. Okay. Have a good dematerialize. Is this a good thing? I don't know. Key 90. Thanks for the head pick. Thanks for the head picks. Oh my god. Flash. Flashing in. Ooh. I'm so bad. Oh, so many headpets, thank you, Nexus. Cool beans with someone AFK. Oh. Hey, 1v4, you got this. Get sniped immediately. Holy shit, there's so many people just in the middle. Yeah, good job, I guess. Did I do any damage? 96 and 6. Oh, so close. Rushing out long. You're crazy. I like it. Get back, get back, get back. Oh shit, they were ready. I tried! Have this epic snacky? Oh. This guy, why is he doing in CT spawn? I was being cornered at you know A long, and then this guy is just not flanking for me. Oi! Nice, nice. Double door, I feel like. There you go, good intuition, I like that. Missed a little bit, no? Yeah, I had a feeling. Double door, right? They want B? I can fake A, I guess. I'm not really good at going B, to be honest. Wait, I have bomb. Shit. Fuck, I have bomb. I heard bomb. Someone's here. Are you already there? Shit. Tagged. Shit. That was a bad aim from me. I'm doing pretty okay, I feel like. 70. I only got one shot. I like this smoke, it helps so much. Flash? Here? I had a feeling. There's a flash. Nice, good shit. AVP died. Then we have another one at B.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing fire.
Yeah, saving.
The bomb is sticking down. Terrorists win. Yeah.
Scary, scary. I'm feeling kind of okay this round, I feel like.
Now is the time. Fog. Throwing fog.
They rush B. Late A. Flash A. Boop. Boop. Not coming. Oh my god, 2 mid. Hi, Dragon Colony. Oh my god, look at that donut. Wow. Interesting name. I like it, I like it. Last one might be saving. Wow, I was so wrong. I'm sorry. I thought they're saving. Whee! Oi, what a shot. That guy's good. Yeah. How are you? I'm doing pretty okay. Boom. Oh no! Orange. Doing pretty okay. Had a really nice Laksa this morning. I'm very happy. Hope you're doing good too, Dragon Colony. Decoy, smoke. What do we do? Are we gonna rush up here? Wait. Yep, one outside. Sure expected that. When did purple go question mark? What happened? Brother. You need to not panic. Oh, you're getting swarmed. Oh, nice. What a jump shot. Oh, they're being toxic. Toxic. What do I do?
Let's call my brother.
Drop gate gun on X. Not everyone's hacking purple. Ow. That was a really bad flash. I survived until the flash exploded and then I go in. That was me being dumb. Ayo. Oh. What was that? Oh my god. Hi Jake. They better be gentle gnomes because I'm so small. Let's go. Wee. Wait. Smoke. Wait for a bit.
Copy.
Don't Kobe, I'm dead, brother. Alright, I'm going. Watch me die. I don't know what happened that they didn't want me to go B, but hey. I'm listening, so... Fuck! I couldn't aim. Oh, someone left. Chicken Naki. Chicken Naki. Negative. Negative good. I think. I mean, Negative is not gonna win against AWP or some shit like that. MP7. Maybe a flash? Now we wait. What did they say? Disconnected by user. They just run away. Purple says fine and then just left. Oh, brother. I love Counter-Strike. It's cinema like this that makes me love this game. I don't think it's hacks that makes the purple leave as well. It's because whatever gun the other team is using, snipers, I believe, and then purple is just like no. No, 100% they are not using hacks. These guys. I'm playing pretty okay. I have 0 assist. I'm a solo player. Fish using 100. Wow. Can I have that 100 instead? I wanna be the fish. Yeah, I wanna be the fish instead. I want that 100. I'll get fished immediately. I'll just bite on it and never let go. Guess we're going... no smoke though, it's a little bit dangerous.
We must work together.
Why not? I won't be held anyone's captive. Not again. Rush. Rush up. Just go.
Throw the flashbang. Grenade.
Yoy. Holy shit! I didn't expect that. Oh, you've been seen. Jump shot. Oh, good try. Give me 1,000, you can have 100. How do I get 1,000? Word on. Yeah, that was a bad round by me. I didn't do much though. Deagle, round one. I'll go B. I have B spawn.
B.
What's that? I don't know how they had such like the balls to use Deagle on round one. I mean, I cannot use Deagle to be honest. I'm so bad. 66 in 1. Oh. Maybe not Nova then. A lot of people are going there. I'm slow, I'm late. Why are they so surprised? I guess I can try going short. Oh my god, game, what the hell? Fair enough. Hey yo, come tree stroke my other friend? Sure. You like say what? I haven't said anything just now. I was busy shooting things. My aim is really not here today. Or like right now, I feel like. Yikes.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here.
First I get sniped. Why do I keep rushing now? Jesus! Interesting. Go green, ace them. You got this, you have AVP. Purple arrow. Eat the nade. Delicious nade. Oi! I mean, shift peeking against a AWP is... Nice run, hell yeah. Alright, I'll just protect A short, I hope. Hope I can do it. Let's see, green, yellow. Okay, I'll go there then. Oh yeah. I'm just holding, there's no need to rush. Looks like A though. Oh, last one is A long. There's 2 people on A. Let me try to flank them. Lucky. I don't know why they didn't shoot me there. They had like 10,000 times, 10,000 minutes to shoot at me. I got so lucky there.
Let's give it to them, boys.
Uh-oh, 3A.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire.
That was a really bad flash.
Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
It's a B though. Bro, wasn't there one at B?
Defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused.
Damn.
Counter-terrorists win. Nice.
And green is popping off. Holy shit. So I guess they don't like going A long, but I feel like they haven't gone A long in a while. They might just go this time.
Come on, chop chop.
Flash. B. I feel like it could be A though. Yeah, I mean bomb is already at A.
Incendiary out.
Shit. Oh brother!
Terrorists win.
Good try, good try. Still have a chance.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Throwing smoke.
I'm so dead. I aimed the wrong guy. I didn't realize there's another one that's going my way. Only sniper. Look, it's dust too. It's understandable. I cannot play sniper at all. It's not my thing. Like people saying that, oh, AWP good one-shot kill, which is true, but I just don't know how to use them. GG. Good try, good try. I was okay at first, and then I fall off towards the end. 360 no scope. I'm not you. I know you can do it. Why you no play Counter Strike, huh? use your sniper skill. Oh yeah, I need to join Discord. Give me a second. Hope everything's set right.
Flame!
Man. I can't we have more couples. I play team deathmatch.
E!
E. Join. I'm barging in.
Virgin.
And yeah, I'm ready. I feel like team deathmatch there will be no like gameplay experience. It feels like you spawn, you die, you spawn, you die.
Might as well just be playing Call of Duty or Medal of Honor.
Never really played those games. That's why I play it. Oh my god. You're so scary, Roxas. Holy shit.
Ooh, that was quick.
Uh-oh. Nope.
Singapore.
Singapore? Oh. That's why Marvel at least have some gameplay experience, I think. A little bit. Compiling shaders.
Yeah, look at this. For you.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ooh. The lava.
Arva.
This is M249?
Yeah. It's more accurate than the negative.
I feel like negative is more accurate. Like way more accurate. But then M249 is too expensive though.
I know.
5,000 plus, right?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a huge nade.
They weren't behind you. What the?
Oh my! I missed out on the tag. Isn't that like a very old shooter game? Like Black Shot? Oh yeah,
Yeah, the old stuff.
I'm like silver something something in this.
Yep.
Why? Why? I don't
Pick
like
one
the-
every match.
Probably. Smoke around.
I have 5 health in the dream.
Guess we can try going B. One top silo, I think. Yeah, we can rush. Single.
Oops, at the door.
Nice too. MP9.
At least I only have to buy armor now.
I still like my hair dryer.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole W gun.
Hold W and never let go. One outside. Heaven one. Oi! Holy shit, where did that guy come from? They Zeused me and then immediately ran away. Ooh.
No idea where orange was, but alright. Anti-terrorism win.
Bing.
Done.
Oh. Let me try to rush fence. I'll try.
They have a sniper. Why would we? Grab the bomb.
I'm down vent.
One lobby. I'm on B.
I'm on B too.
I think in the middle behind the thingamajiggy.
Bomb planted the A, right?
B. Behind
Really?
you.
They're coming down.
I hear him.
Single door.
Why me?
Double door. Nice.
Oh, too late.
I survived.
Oopsie. Princess.
Princess?
Yes. Always get flashbangs with princess.
Flashbang.
There's two on the ramp by the look of it.
Over the smoke, I got sniped with the AVP? Holy shit. Bomb dropped outside, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I got sniped through the smoke.
Am I hearing that above me? Yeah, it's above me.
I don't know what place is that. But
Princess.
To your right, there's one, I believe. Yeah,
Now
there.
he's over here.
Oh!
Almost, almost.
Yeah, one give a princess, heck yeah.
They were both so low.
Lots of shot landed, I feel.
Oh yeah. I heard it. I heard the indicator.
I'll try Kali. I can try explode the door and flash outside, question mark? I messed up so hard. Jesus. Oh! One main.
Ah!
I messed up. I didn't destroy the door.
Oh well. Oh, nice shot.
Oh, damn.
There you go, there's an accurate gun.
I need to practice throwing the exploding door
Oh,
and then
door.
flash
One
outside.
door, one ramp.
Control room, nice.
Ah, yeah, I see. We need to get the smoke or whatever to the garage.
Nice, 4 kill, holy shit.
I think that's where you want to aim. Aim towards the garage.
I have 0%
American.
headshot.
Yeah, I got none.
Let me try again. I gotta try again. I gotta explode the door. I gotta flash outside. It's gonna be perfect. Fuck. Why am I so bad with this? I locked myself. Someone went into vent, I feel like. Oh my god, I got Zeus twice. I don't want to play this game anymore.
Oh, fuck! Get the crap out of me.
The jump down.
Go, 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 bro.
Go, bro, go. Outside, sounds like.
Goblin.
I guess you can try to plant the bomb.
Ah, he was waiting.
Yeah.
If I went to plan, he would have killed me anyway.
Why do I keep messing up the nade stuff? It's too hard. MP7.
Yeah, I'll try. On my front, I will try. I mean, I've only got the normal grenade. I don't have a smoke.
I usually nade the door and then I'll flash
Door's gone.
immediately. Someone into vents.
I'll be here with the bomb.
Rushing out.
Oh, that was a clean rush.
What's the control room?
Oh, yep, control room.
Got him.
No, I wanted that gun. Hang it. Well. In.
It is time now,
An
my
interesting
brothers.
spot next. It is green.
Green. Whoa.
Oh,
Sunset ramp.
Okay. Yeah, that flush worked. Landing A.
How did I miss so much? Oh my god, that was so bad. One at ramp.
Which means you'll probably be lobby.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds like lobby.
That sounds like main. Yeah, lobby and main.
Icky.
Mm. I wanted to kill the one at the time, but I just missed every shot. Oh man. Yeah, I didn't land a single shot on that one. 104 and then 0 on me. Dang. Go boy. They're saying go
Let's
boy.
go.
That's an interesting point.
Thanks. Ramp, ramp.
I'm checking double door.
Oh, come on. I get him. What was yellow doing?
One more ramp. One double door.
Don't.
Oh.
Shoot!
Interesting.
Or not.
Oh. Hey, at least
Or not.
money. Knife money.
What, like $1,000 I think?
I have no idea. I never knife people.
It'd be based on like the tier, like the lower tier means the more reward, because like rewarding you for like not spending as much.
That would be nice.
He went through the doors.
I heard one at Vents, I think?
Door.
One ramp.
Ow.
Ramp died.
Diffusing?
Diffusing. Oi! I got baited.
Ow. He survived.
Someone survived.
Yeah. Alright, time to go new gun.
Magma. Lava.
Yeah, I have a negative.
I can go through vents.
Negative.
Yep. They're going outside green.
Looks like it.
I'm planting middle. So we can hide anywhere.
I hear one.
I hear a ramp, I think. Nice too.
Oh, he had the enemy's gun the whole game. The farmass.
The famas good.
The queen and country. Yeah, I won't worry about that.
I'm going Nikki. I'm not buying anything.
Yep.
I think they're gonna rush outside. Yep, outside 3 at least.
Outside.
My intuition is really nice today. One at door hiding. They're dead. Enemy blue. I believe y'all got this.
I have 11 health.
Oh, single door. Oh. Oh
He's
shit.
looking behind the corner.
Hiding corner.
Yeah.
There's someone left.
Huh?
Oh, their team left.
Oh, one of them.
29 in 1, 18 in 1, 2 in 1. I was just spamming.
Huh. Do I buy or do I eat? Oh, you go. I'll just buy a revolver, see what happens. Take something from it.
I finally understand how to look at the on top numbers in 1, numbers in 1. I realized what they mean.
What do they mean?
Green numbers means how much damage you dealt to them. Red numbers how much you've been dealt by them.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Good to know. Wrong button.
Flash show outside.
I forgot blind click. That's the thing.
Oi! Silo 1.
Oh, well done.
Snipe. Yeah, they may rush down B now. Is that AWP? No, it's a scout.
He blocked that one, so I can't see. Go orange. You got W gun.
Ooh. Here.
Oh well, now I can buy something.
Big the big whole side.
Whole
We're going
side.
outside.
Yeah, it really feels like they like going
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah.
I'll go for pistols. But y'all buy it. Ooh. MP9. A main.
They're on A. Did they just put out their own smoke?
Yep, they did.
In fire?
I can't see shit. Why am I? Nope. Ow. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't see. Interesting. They might flagged. Yo, interesting. He's like a beast.
Damn! I did hit that guy with a grenade. That's good. Okay.
got
2,
this.
1.
Oh, that was close.
That was so close. You can feel the intensity.
Yeah. We almost couldn't do it.
I think he took my kit to do it too.
He had no kit though.
Yeah, he had a kit. He took mine.
They naded the door.
Yeah, it sounds like they're outside again. One here.
One main. A main.
They could be going up to heaven.
Could be. They were very silent. Oh, someone's at heaven looking. Is he spawn? Where was
Yeah,
that?
he's up there. Yeah. Shooting through the wall.
Hi, Soranako. Yo, got this in the bag. I believe in metal.
Have a gun.
Who? What? Where?
Oh, the other guy picked it up.
Nice.
Oops,
Oh,
oh well.
it's okay. All good.
I have dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Oh wait, I gotta be a dick. I'm gonna take the thing off the end of it. There we go.
One more. They need the door again.
Ramp.
I couldn't shoot properly. Oh my god, I'm so bad actually. One in lobby. Oh my god, I don't panic. There's no need to panic. Oh, high level. Oh no, Kobo is doing a crime. Well,
Grim.
Kobos are doing a crime. High level. Oh my god, it dragon. The whiff was real. That was way too bad. Yep, planting A. Ooh. Main. Gosh, I love Lavo. I know, right? Me too. Gosh, I love O.
Why? They always take out their knives and their grenades and stuff. It's like, come on.
Double crime time. Holy heck. They couldn't stop us. What? I have zero money. I have 2 eco, I feel like. I mean, I couldn't buy anything.
I have a little bit.
I have the eco, I'm sorry. I couldn't buy anything. I have 1600. Maybe I can steal a gun. Like an actual gun. Ram.
Oh, A.
Okay.
Oh, the sound of it. Or did they get a ram?
Oi! Squeaky.
Yeah, they went ramp.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh. I guess I could try rush B. Like I could try
No idea
to
what these
push.
two were doing. Bing, bing, eco.
Long range MP9. MP9 OP. Oh! Wait, that kills? Holy shit!
Yeah, he walked a little bit too close. If he was in that corner, he would have been fine.
Oh crap! Honestly, I didn't know that.
My pistol. Yep.
Two shotguns. Are they rushing? Are they pushing?
I don't know.
It feels like they are. They didn't explode the door this time.
On site. Howie.
Someone naded door. Too squeaky.
The guys with the shotgun didn't exactly rush.
Dee dee dee. 2 on 2. Oh, fire that, fire that.
How do you miss?
Hut. Oh, fire, fire. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Oh well. I don't know why they forced it. They could have saved like us. Their choice. Okay. Strap the gun.
I'll rush ramp.
You rush what?
Rush ramp. Like a B. I'll flash and then I'll
I got a
go.
flash, yeah.
They got flashed, they got flashed. One more. Nice. One outside, I hear.
Yeah.
Heaven? Yellow is shooting at heaven
See?
just now. What is speaking? I hear someone speaking Thailand. Oh! Outside B. Silo.
They're outside, yeah.
Yeah. Outside B and silo 1. Alright, 2 on 2 again. 转角遇到爱
They'll either save the AWP. You left.
outside. Rushing. Wee.
Another one.
AWP. Ooh. One shot. Yeah. You hear him, you hear him.
On.
You did. AWP.
Don't peek. Playtime.
Dee dee dee. Oh yo!
That's what I said. Play for time.
That was way too close.
Let the time do it for you.
I could flash again. I might be too late though.
Looks like there's 3 of us going with shotguns.
Alright, I have a shotgun too.
You smoked. Why?
One outside. Bomb outside. One A main. Bomb going to B from outside.
Ooh!
Nice. Two checking outside B. One checking outside. And you're checking A. Lobby. Okay. Oh!
I hit him in the head, sir. He is all over the wall.
He's like...
Holy crap. He's got to be low.
He must be super duper low. That's a shotgun, almost close range.
Oh. Oh yeah, he was all over the wall.
Yeah, from the lobby, feels like they could be going B. Yeah,
Come on, guys, it's ramp. I was there.
Metal the
I don't
shotgun
think they pay
goddess.
attention.
Metal is the shotgun goddess.
I mean, I do some stupid stuff with it. I can't.
Yeah, must be B. They were taking the sweet time because they have time.
Yeah, they probably found the AWP and they're saving it.
I don't think they're gonna save. They're gonna plan to. The fish.
They're saving. We're on the bomb, so they're gonna save.
Oh, wait, oh, we have the bomb. Oops, I didn't notice.
Oh, they found him. It's on the silo.
Oh, golden crown.
Oh, MVP? What?
Heck yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't. Yeah, they killed him last minute.
Fish sex wins. Sex got a golden crown. Holy shit. I can watch Ram as well.
Should buy me time to move up to lobby-ish. Okay, I'm in my corner.
I'll go B then.
Probably out. Oh, they went outside. Well, he's all over the wall again. Probably the same guy. Don't shoot while you're on a ladder. You lose so much accuracy.
Oh yeah. Should have expected that they're from outside. I feel like my CT is sometimes so bad, sometimes so good.
Gonna save, yeah.
I think saving AWP is a good choice here.
Yep. Well, we only need to win one more.
And then we can get a draw.
Yeah.
I think they might check T-spawn. There's 4 of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, one died.
Nice. Play handgun. I couldn't buy. I mean, all I have is a Nova. One squeaky. A few outside, I think.
They're on A.
One outside to B.
What? Oh,
Your
my
team
left.
disconnected.
Yeah, team. Remote host communication.
Oh.
I versed some gold 2s the other day. Holy crap. It's too late. Right. Just don't. Yeah, see?
Saving
Get out of
the
there.
best step. Oh. The nets. Yeah, I'm not doing well here. Ramp.
I'm not either.
You know
Final
what?
round.
I'm-
What you can.
I'm pulling up my negative. Hiya. It's negative time.
Hear him lobby.
Come on.
They're on A. I killed one though.
Planting A.
I believe.
Oi, main.
He took my shotgun.
Oh my god, shotgun.
This guy. Final round, just go.
Interesting. That was cinema.
More or less. What was everyone's rankings? I need to see this.
My rank is a lie, please don't look at mine.
They had a gold. Yeah, that's expected. They got one guy above your rank.
Damn, why am I this rank? I'm so bad. I'm silver. I'm not silver elite. I got a case. I want. Ooh, SG553.
I've been taking the gun so I can trade them up.
I want the box I can sell for money. No idea what's happening in this game. I just like fishing. True, I like fishing as well. Hey. Fishing good. What is this? Yikes. Gambling? No. I don't like gambling. Hey, sorry. Fish at the casino? I love gambling. Just be careful with gambling.
Rumble.
Oh, I'm not on cooldown, but I'm the streamer. Fish me crippling debt. My money is gone. Oh god. Don't gamble. Gamble bad. Hey, crippling debt gives you a coffee cup. That kinda makes sense.
Yeah.
That could be a story being told right now. I'm scared. What is this? The pawn knows. Oh, it's oh my god! It's my favorite music. What? Only for 2 ringgit? Oh, I'll sell it. 2 ringgit 40 cents. Nah. At least I get 2 lingao. That's good enough.
Just.
Toos. I need a drink.
Oh. Of course, AWP.
Negip.
Hit him.
Negip. Negip, let's go. Negip. Yeah. Whenever
My
I
AK, I don't use it.
played ranked CS:GO with friends, I would get so anxious. Honestly, same. But I think at first it does, now it doesn't. I
Yeah,
think I played too
it used to
much.
bother me as well.
It happens. I think the more you play, you're just gonna get used to it. It's like, yeah, maybe it's not that important.
It becomes mind-numbing at one point.
But then again, it also helps that I play a lot of like ranked battles with like Tekken and stuff like that. It helps. One middle. Hi G. Bombs at B, right?
Where are they all?
One at middle. So one should be a city spawn. What? Holy, where are they?
They're all at the doors to B, because our teammate didn't follow us.
Oh wow, shit.
And you.
Hi G. Ugh, a Nursilla with a 4 Artian part guaranteed. Nursilla can suck with its guaranteed sleep poison and wet poison bullshit.
Put it in burst! Put it in burst! There's more than one!
Oh. My left stick is so much drift because of her bullshit. I know.
Oh god.
Jade is very enthusiastic about Nursilla, huh? My friend stopped playing CSGO before I played enough for the anxiety to lessen. Alright. I had 0 damage. I went out and I immediately got a headshot.
Interesting how it calculates the damage after the ends.
I kinda like it. Rushing out. Ow.
Yeah, I always wait before I go forward. Guess I do that again. Like I normally do. Smoke.
I hear one CT, one short.
Planting long.
Short died. One more short. One CT. Holy shit.
Ooh, what? Never mind, I thought he was going to win that.
B tunnel. Oh my god, what the hell? That guy knows. I hate that shit, that's guaranteed. Sorry to make me absolutely jerk your left stick if you're sticking together. What do you mean jerk your left stick? Oh. Oh, nice.
No saving for you.
Good shit, good shit. Enemy purple is cracked.
Apparently. Alright, what the hair dryer.
I have gremlin gun. Well, I don't have the gremlin skin, but gremlin gun. I have trouble finding a Nursilla. Nursilla, my wife.
Yeah, they did. We got one go up mid. Okay, okay. We're cooking, we're cooking, we're cooking. Whoa!
Sorry.
Out level though. Ooh!
One die
I
short.
say that. Yeah. Pit. Check the pit.
A clear. I'm at A site.
Okay. Coming. I'm gonna get shot from CT.
B
Planting long
tunnel.
again so we can snipe.
B tunnel.
What?
Fuck. A short. Oh, no, using a couple. Whoa.
Whoa!
Well, goddamn. Goddamn.
He led that into me too.
That was huge. And teabag?
Yeah, it was. I could see the bullets heading my way too when he was holding that trigger, so I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Doctor, please prescribe me spider for sleep. Spooter!
Nova. Gator Nova.
Yeah, that guy peaked. with that round, that guy peaked.
Oh, fire!
Are you bad? They don't flash.
I think there's one behind the door. I would. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so. One behind the door. Probably moved.
Checking. Crap. Thanks for a refrag.
Teammate was blocking me.
Unfortunate. It's okay. They died. Nice. What a kill. 3 more. I feel... Yeah, CT1. Oh!
Should have brought out your pistol.
It's a
Normally
hard
better
one.
to bring out your secondary than reload. Let me try... You?
Let me get my... I'll get my
I
hair
have
dryer.
princess.
Oh, I should have brought my princess as well.
I can't believe how long that took for you to receive that.
Yeah, that took like months. It was crazy.
In the very corner near the window. Say...
2 tunnels. 3
Yeah.
tunnels.
Blind!
Holy! Yeah, they already came out tunnels. I'm sorry.
Fudge! How'd they know I was there?
Of course, I wrote 2 sharpness boost on an LS. Isn't that good? Fish using... I think that's 10 million bees? Holy 10 million bees! What's with the capital letter no?
I don't know why you said no for.
I don't know. Kinda overall? Less need to sharpen? Yeah. I mean,
I'm
in
happy
general,
I got 2 kills.
if you're going for a long fight... You saw someone?
Yeah, AWP. Do not go there! That's a fire. Okay, I'll grab that. It's the...
Flashing. See, holy shit, they are all headshots. A long 2,
Is it?
CT spawn 1.
What?
These guys are way too good. Are they gold Nova or some shit?
Ow. That went through me?
Nice.
Woo! Have you come back? A-bomb again, really?
Who?
I don't want this responsibility.
They keep giving you a bomb. I feel like every time I go out a corner, I just keep getting headshots like crazy. Feels like they're way too good.
Three B.
Good idea.
That was me being bad.
There was one behind, by the way.
What was
Whoever
there?
smoked was a stupid. Yeah, there's one behind in the smoke.
I'm being bad again. I have 1 kill. I hate responsibility, same. Infinity boost, my LS has less affinity than my CB.
I have a hairdryer.
things.
Be responsible. I'm more or less a giant man-child, and I hate it. That's an A-dub. Yeah, it's a... we don't... Why are you pushing up there?
Me?
No, not you. Flashbang!
Going out.
I'll put that on hardcore. I was blind!
Got him.
Spray and pray!
One CT.
What? That's an AWP!
Flashing.
Venting long.
There's a AWP here if anyone wants it. Nice too.
I'll take it as... Oh wait! I'll just throw it away.
They're all AWP.
No, they can't get it.
I wouldn't get the AK, but I don't feel confident enough using AK.
I only can use it when I'm warmed up.
I
It
don't know
takes
if
me a
I'm
long time to warm up.
I don't know if I warm up or I'm already like exhausted. I have no idea. You should make the fish bubble window thing smaller, Kobo. Oh. AWP.
Oh, that's... Oh... No, 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 no. Oh, no, no.
long. We wait for a bit.
Are they trying to peek? You should... Go.
Long. Sorry, I was late. I'm the only
That's
one.
fine.
Wee.
Yeah, the other one left, there's two of them.
That's
One M4, one AWP long. You should do that? I think you should do that.
Do what? Sorry?
Say, why didn't the AWP guy just shoot through that?
I think they did, but they tagged me. I didn't die.
Fucks.
I think I can try making it smaller. This thing, right? Let the fish first. Oh my god, it's all base. It's all base. I love base. Oh no, the settings came out. Ah! Through the smoke! Crazy. They never go B tunnel. Weird.
Me flash.
Alright. Someone CT.
CT, it's AWP.
Ah. Fish is forever.
Like we know where we are. Oh god. Yeah. Woo!
Wasn't there like a setting for resolution? There it is. It doesn't want to come out? Oh, I know what's going on. It's on my end. Smaller? No one's queuing, right? Yeah, no, okay. Maybe restart fish. Minimap
Save
size.
and restart fish.
Yeah, right? Then that A short is always free, it's so
Oh,
weird.
and dead. I hear one.
Sorry, I think I shot you.
Ah, AWP mid.
2 AWPs.
Charge him! Charge him!
I got flashed.
How's he shooting through the smoke?
Whoa. Do they know I'm here?
What? Last was mid. Probably CT, careful. Yeah, CT. Play it long wise. They freaking cover. Oh, not there!
Is this not long?
No, you're playing the very corner facing the thing that goes down.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yip yip.
He's put swapped guns?
Yo!
Why did he swap guns?
I have no idea, but hey. Did the fish open? No, the fish didn't open. I'm just doing the same thing because it kind of works. Nice, good.
Burn the car!
Oi! One short. Fish is not forever. Now I can open up fish. Ooh.
Yeah, of course they're there. Both of them.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Yep. Left. Long. One's long.
Ooh, nice. Nice. Oh, it's very small now.
I mean, works.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
You can see it? I can put it here then.
I have a grenade and I can go long.
Bike.
If someone else had a grenade, they'll get long if trying to compete.
I'll Nate B. Bike? Nom? Wait. Wait, eating bike.
I'm
1,
blind!
2, 3, maybe. Oi.
Oh, there be.
Yeah, OB. That Nate must have
Obi-Wan
got them all.
Kenobi.
I think. Wee! Ooh! Pito! Oh, I feel that Nate did a lot.
Yep. There's some damage there.
I'm going A. I'm going short.
I'm blind.
Just like long. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, I'm coming.
Hey, hey, oh.
Oh my god, there's 2 and A long? What the fuck? Yeah, no. Holy! Fish something that makes people think of Kobo. Oh, nice, shoot them more. Maybe I shouldn't have ran away. This time I'll check short properly.
Oh, yeah.
One middle. Wait, A long.
The other was. They ping it and no one look at the ping.
Aye. What did something make people think of Kobo? What thing make people think of Kobo? We still haven't fished up Brekkie yet. Black red eye? I guess. Ooh. You stay here? Okay. Hold it. One pit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I figured there'd be one waiting there. There's one coming through mid.
Ah! Should have aimed properly before I shoot. That guy jumping and spinning? Hell yeah. Something that has bad intentions.
Tunnel one.
B tunnel. Going mid. CT. Holy. Fish with bad dragon toy. Can I have that?
They're expensive and I want one.
What? Bad dragon toy got my snake instead?
Hmm?
My Stixia came up, my snake.
Oh,
Huh. I guess my snake likes bad
that dragon found you.
Yeah, bad dragon found me, huh? Fair enough.
Makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I figured she would like that, yeah.
You watch, they're gonna have like a gold on their team and we just have like silvers and stuff and gems.
It feels that way. They're way too good with the
Yeah.
peaks.
It
and
doesn't
stuff.
it doesn't feel like they're cheating, they just have a better skill level.
Yeah, they're way too good with their like cursor placement.
Either that or they're smurfs. Technically reportable in most games.
Do I go Nike AUG? I can do that.
You smoke the middle and they can't see it.
Dang. Almost killed them too. Oh, they died. Oh, purple helmet killed them.
They're gonna go short, aren't they?
Feels like they're going A, yeah.
Have Python.
one A point has AWP. Hey, look, it's my farmers. Ooh, yeah.
You shoot through the. I don't think people realize you can shoot through like all the objects with an AWP.
Yeah, I feel they could. I'm curious, I'm curious.
Alright, let's be sad and see everyone's ranking.
Huh.
No!
Silver once only.
Smurfs.
Sure feels that way. And the cursor placement is too accurate, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just have talent, I don't know. I'm untalented. I just play to shoot guns. Fish using the concept of physics. I mean, a bad dragon fish that is Stixia, I mean, that's good enough.
Nuke again.
So small. It's all close to my servers, but I have ping tolerance to 150 though.
Yeah, it's good for me.
Is it? I mean, you can look at the
Yeah.
future, I guess. you can see the future.
Ah!
Suit gun.
There's one on the outside.
Fish using sex too. Wanna try outside?
Apparently, yep.
I'm leading the whole pack. I'm scared.
Apparently, oh, that's a good night.
Ow.
No. Really?
Barreto.
The Indigo Park.
Ooh, fake footsteps. I like it.
Oh.
Mind games. Lobby. I hear them.
Yeah, I went by.
Only one person buying. Okay. I have hair dryer. No, it's at rank. Can try to flank them, I guess. Where's everyone?
They went A and died.
Left, left.
Oh, oh my god, sorry, Metal. I'm so sorry, Metal. That was you. I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit scared. What do I do? I hear reload noises. What?
Did you see one come up the ladder?
Again, I'm so sorry, Metal.
That's fine.
Fishman doing a little dance? Nuke again? Yeah. Oh, it's playing Street Fighter music now? I'm gonna change it after.
I got Fallout music going at the moment.
Fall has music?
Well, it's technically stuff
Oi.
from like the 80s and 90s.
Oh, I messed up again. Oh my god, I messed up. I can't do it.
And yellow's gone.
I can't. I'm so bad. Oh. Hi, Brecky. Feels like these guys are playing A a lot. Is it just me? Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Oh, why not listen to Fall Guys music? Nice too. Oh, look, I don't play first, right? Yo. I hear them, but I couldn't tell where they are.
Where? Damn it!
Sorry, I couldn't hear where they are. Like I heard the faintest of footsteps. That's unnecessary.
Someone's angry for just hitting me like that.
Yeah. I don't.
Hey, he's not taking the AK?
They like the AUG.
Apparently. So we scared the crap out of each other.
Whoa.
Would have been worse if I had a shotgun. That would have been loud in his ear. Uh-oh. I think I heard one ramp. No one was looking at the door lobby.
Hell yeah, I'm cheating.
Even
Oh,
Nice. You can have your SG back. Wacky while Wacky is here, fish Wacky. huge round. That was so good. I'm surprised that that smoke kill. I was looking at the minimap and got the kill. Ayoy. I didn't expect someone to look at the door like that.
Activating the bomb.
You? Oh. Oh, unfortunate. Yo!
I stalled them long enough.
That was huge, that was huge. The shotgun got us.
If I had the Nova, I probably would have attempted to use it there, but nah, pistol was the better choice.
Yeah, it feels like they're too far, right?
Yeah, they would have been way too far away from me. They had to be a little bit closer.
Damn, that guy always rushes in like that. Yeah, enemy blue always rushes in like that.
Come on, I hit him twice. Blue should have died.
And green has interesting op.
I'm gonna go get a sippy real quick.
Okay. I hear there's a Valorant-inspired game called Cyberpunk that my friends say it's fun. Ooh. Oh, wow, hiding. Yeah, if they keep rushing in, I would destroy the door and I would shoot the shit out of enemy blue.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if you could shoot the grenade that detonated early?
That would be kinda cool, honestly. Okay, but someone's gonna rush in. Oh my god, I couldn't kill them.
Oh, that is so cold. Ugh. Delicious.
Whenever I watch you play this game, I feel like playing it too. Ooh, heck yeah.
I've had a few people say that when I was streaming yesterday with it.
Nice. I mean, honestly, watching other people play a game does make viewers want to play that particular game. I think it's a nice feeling for a streamer too. It's like, ooh, I sort of have a bit of influence. I cannot just do that every time. Orange is being so loud behind you too. And then being shot by yellow.
Yeah, and he's walking around and they now know we're here.
Yeah. Orange doesn't know shift exists. Looks at the flash. Interesting, Orange.
Owie!
I'm watching how Orange plays. Very interesting. I think
But they
Orange is
know us
trying.
coming.
I think Orange is trying to get the bomb, but doesn't know how to get there. To be fair, Nuke is very confusing, so I get that. Yo, Orange! Nice, Blue died. Hell yeah. Oh. Died. One more. Couldn't tell where they are. Using all the knowledge and experience I've on the pond.
Oh! How'd he know? I made no noise!
What a peek. Oh yeah! What an
Not the
ace.
ace.
Hell yeah. Do a flip!
Dual barrel roll. Yeah, getting ace gives you like a lot of points at the end of the game.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, it's hard to get, so...
I've had it once and I've almost got like half a level. I was like, holy crap.
Dang. It's a flash just now. Flashing. Oh my god, why is the AUG always knows where I am?
I know, he's very suspicious.
Enemy blue always knows where I am, even though I'm like... No, whenever I go door, I got killed by blue. Whenever I go outside, I got killed by blue. What is this? I'm being on top, I think? No? Just running around?
Oh! Go, 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 go. We have to go now.
No, damn.
Bro, plan A, plan A.
I'm planted. Bomb has been planted.
Nice princess.
Is that ladder?
Vent.
I hit him.
Watching that video where Markiplier is in the hospital bed and catches on fire. Oh my god, what? Oh, no!
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 He did it too soon.
Counter-terrorists win.
Really? Boss music? Okay.
Metal...
Bro, be rim, bro. Fast, fast.
Hmm?
Metal's gonna win now. Boss music coming in.
Be rim,
It's
be rim.
from a Japanese game from the Super NES called La Fear, and the music is absolutely amazing.
I dinked. I think there should be only one. Oh, single door. Shotgun fight. It's a blue. Nice. What a kill. Oh, a bit there. Nice. Wait, yellow is alive this whole time? Wait, I didn't even notice yellow was alive.
That was fun.
Yeah. The shotgun fights? Hell yeah.
Go hot, go hot.
Give me more of that. That was great.
Go hut.
No more talking.
I guess someone wants us to go a hut.
First time I played in a whole year.
Go hot, go hot, go hot. Go blue, blue hot.
See, enemy blue. Blue will always get the best of my angle.
Oh, he's all over the wall.
Can you believe 2001 was 45 years ago? Fish, this is literally untrue.
Yeah, never shoot from the ladder.
Before you die.
Another
You lose
ace.
so much accuracy.
Also, whoa, yellow master.
Oh,
Yellow is absolutely gaming. Got another ace out
I
of
gun.
that.
I gun.
Oh, thank you.
I gun.
Is this the last
I
match?
gun.
Blue.
Yeah, it's last round.
Okay.
This neck is all over the ground.
Negative good.
Out in first, first. Go, go.
Single door sounds, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Fuck, bomb, bro.
Oh, look out! I'm sorry!
Double door noises.
Single door. Underneath you. He's probably in the smoke, or was in the smoke. He's pretty low. I tagged him quite a bit.
I've planted the bomb.
I got scared by my own teammate.
On the point!
Oh, he was there this whole time? I plan in the middle. So they should be very visible from everywhere, so... Oh.
Yeah. Well played, throwing the Molotov.
Yellow is good. Poor guy.
Boom!
I got MVP with a negative. Hell yeah. Negative.
That was great. Forgot
Nick.
the button.
Negative, nice.
This isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Green feels very enthusiastic about this game. We love that, we love that.
Yeah, I don't want to buy anything. Press Alt.
To defuse. That's the right one. Hell yeah, we love out at 4 to
It's weird
defuse the
that
bomb.
kids these days probably won't know half those macros and they'll try them and they'll be like, oh,
The exploded door. Going in vent.
okay,
Bomb dropped at
I'm
vent.
coming. Ow, my birdie.
Oh, holy shit,
MVP.
I'm actually cheating, what the fuck? Brother, that headshot, holy, I was running non-stop. Gonna AUG that guy back, god damn it.
Let's make this right as rain.
Make this rain right.
Yeah, I had to toggle.
Deploying flashbang.
Unfortunate for them.
That hurt. regret. I regret.
Who outside died? Oh, outside. Silo below. That was a really nice shot. For legal reasons, it's a joke. Yeah. It's a joke. I don't even know how to get treats. Oi!
Ah!
Oh my god.
Hi!
That scared me instead. Holy.
I saw his hand like, nah, I'm dead.
Green, go B, go B. Be from
Reverse roll. I got Carmen.
We. Interesting. I'm the MVP again. Holy, I'm actually cheating. Hi, play. Oh, I'll drink after. Thank you.
Why my bullet didn't just shoot you in the head? Oh, it's delay. There's always delay. You just, yeah.
Oh my god, poop. Poop. Oh my god, poop. 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 So many poops. Oh my god. Poop. I can drink now at least. Fishy full of lens. Sticks there might show up again.
If you know, you know.
What the Jade, you don't know that. Oh. Don't worry
You know,
about
you
it.
know. They're just as expensive as Bad Dragon, to be honest.
Yeah, but then they always have like they always have like
Such good quality though.
discounts.
Their customer service is good. They've got the Bluetooth on them, which is amazing. Oh, I wish I had money.
Same. I have the app literally installed. Damn, Jade is
It's really easy
rich.
to install, yeah.
That's a piece of cake, so it is. Roger that. Now we're getting stuck right into them.
Jade is rich. Fish with pure hate.
Fish with pure hate. Oh no.
Fish with yip. Oh, I'm on cooldown? Oh,
Aw.
I didn't say I have it. You have the app now. If you don't have the thing, why would you want to have
Move
the
it,
app?
son.
Wait, Orange didn't buy armor? Oh, he's gonna die pretty quickly.
Deploying flashbang.
Uh.
Throwing a grenade.
Alright.
Throwing smoke.
Lobby?
Wiki.
Grenade out.
They are trying. Oh, outside.
Hiya! I was holding
it?
for too long. Outside one, squeaky two.
I'm coming.
That's the one that killed me. Heck yeah. No, shotgun. Yeah, oh my god. Mega gaming. Bomb lobby. Last one outside, main, A main.
Wait. No pick. Purple.
I don't understand what they're saying.
I don't know.
If it's a remote connection.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh wait, I
Nice.
got MVP.
Heck yeah, metal good. Have a remote connection.
Yeah, someone can have that. That's just ill. I don't want that. Ooh, galley? I'll take that.
Ooh.
I can. Oh wait, you didn't have any money. Here, have galley.
It's okay, I can have Negev.
Okay.
Yeah, all good, all good. Thank you, thank you. I love Negip.
Oh, too late for me to go to ramp. Might as well go on to A.
Throwing fire. Grenade.
Bomb outside.
Throwing smoke.
They play outside.
Did I just hear someone come up the...
They may have rotated. Vent?
They may have rotated, yeah.
I hear vent.
Mummy!
You got him though, you got him. I guess the name of my partner enjoying this is you now. I never said anything about you. Oh!
I tried! I tried!
Ooh.
Oh, nice! Apparently everyone is scaring everyone in this match.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many shotguns. Of course, you're gonna get scared.
I know! This is great! I can have more like this.
Radio Gaga. Ooh, I have a gun. What spec?
Let's go, fellas.
Lobby!
Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang.
That was a bit off.
Flashbang.
Flashbang?
I don't see anyone outside.
I don't hear anyone. That was a shotgun.
Yakey peeky.
Throwing fire.
I hear outside. On top of silo, I think.
Ooh. That outside?
One more outside, they flashed. Smoked A, I think?
Ooh!
Holy!
He went that way.
Dang. Oh,
Ow.
that sounds painful.
Crunch.
Good.
My glankles.
Ow.
If you know, you know.
I have no idea what that is. Sadly.
It's your ankles made of glass. If you fall more than 2 feet, you hurt them. Ankles.
Huh.
Smoke. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Laying down
Oh
smoke.
god, is that a...
One outside.
Yeah...
One outside. Two outside, I think. Oh, they were griefing. Hell yeah.
Grenade.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the other team is killing each other for some reason.
Someone doesn't like green.
Yeah.
You were having fun though.
Green was having fun. I guess
How you
this
gonna
game is
ruin
like...
it?
This game is like a police of fun. I don't understand.
Pew, pew.
Hot.
Hot, hot.
Grenade out.
SG. Hot.
Chill, what? It's a comp. Oh yeah, what? Wanted my... huh? My brain hurts.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Oh, no one check.
Outside.
Under ribbon, under ribbon.
Hi!
Yo.
That scared the crap out of him.
I'm just looking at the vent. Yeah, I'm playing comp talking about fun. If you want to have fun, play DM or GG or unranked. What? Deathmatch is not fun. I don't know what GG is. There's no unranked.
Just like the partially serious matches.
Casual is just.
Proper matches, I believe, have MMR, not these other ratings.
Oh, we have Slughead. One outside with AWP. Nice, Sola.
Hello! Old wagon. What the?
I don't want the 10. Oh, Skook. I want Skook. Nice. Our team is just nice. Hey, we take those.
Apparently.
Ooh. Hot, I feel like. One lobby.
Go then, noobs. What?
Got him.
Oh.
Good shit, good shit.
Oh, I did 4 objectives. Oh yeah, I did play the most bombs.
Oh, I flashed 11 enemies.
Holy crap! Weren't that guys teammates?
I wanna, yeah, maybe count. Oh, most enemy flash though. We're giving heck yeah. I have.
No, I had fun in that one.
Yeah, that one was good. That one I feel. Ooh, my damage is not bad. I'm up for more.
My match stats. Oh yeah, my match stats weren't that bad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. Having a blast. Why not?
14 kill, 14 deaths. Good enough.
That's right, we won that nuke round, so you're not going to D-rank.
Crap. Oh.
That's the downside of having fun.
God damn it.
Oh, back to dust.
Australia, this one.
Oh, is it? I didn't see.
It shows Australia on my end.
Oh, okay. So then they were short on your end, not mine then. When it's like local.
It's local to you now.
Charge! Down the middle with a shotgun, like I normally do.
I want to charge with Princess as well.
Ow! Oh my god, we have a gold 2 on our team.
Go to?
Yes, we have a 2 gold star
holy
on our
shit.
team. This is going to be a very sweaty match, just so you know. They've got 1 too.
Oi!
Wow, this is going to be a sweaty match.
Feels like it.
Oh, we've got 2 gold stars on each team. Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but this is going to suck for me.
Probably for me as well, since I don't do good. I'll try.
Oh, let's see. Let's see. What are we on? Back on B. Alright, the majority of us were at B, but alright.
I mean, green is cheering and then we're going B.
Oh, hey, they did a me. Oh!
Holy! One middle. One
That
double
was
door.
in burst too.
One double door. I guess we could try to rush out. They're probably out. Sorry.
Someone with a revolver.
Long, too long.
Too long.
We cannot be killed.
Come on, Green.
Ooh.
You could have came sooner. That sounds a bit. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish that.
But don't worry about it. Like we were talking about Bad Dragon and Low Vents, and
I know.
it's all good. Oh my god, I did 0 damage. I'm so good.
I can't help it. I try not to, but then it's just there.
It happens. Don't worry about
Brain
it.
go burr.
Wee!
Yeah.
I understand. Flushing door?
I think I pissed them off with that headshots. Now they're actually doing stuff.
Oh god, I can't aim.
Yeah. Yeah, they rushed hard.
I did 15
Okay,
damage.
now I'm gonna. I have a gun.
Oh,
Let's go.
They AFK.
I guess. Holy. One
Mid
is
again. Go long.
Alright. One said long already.
I'm coming.
Hello.
Don't shoot me. He didn't see me.
One
Planting
more
long.
B.
Orange, come boost me here.
Is orange you? Someone wanted you to boost them.
What do you have? Oh!
Famous. Whoa.
Ow! What's that for?
I don't know.
Yeah, purple. Have gun. I don't want it. It's a dirty gun now because it got me killed by a teammate. Well, almost. I had like 40 health left.
There was a dink. Throwing smoke.
Oh, they're gonna come up. Yeah. Ah, they're in the middle. I'm going. There's one in the middle.
I throw the flashback.
Uh-oh.
Holy.
Running.
Ah. Stop.
Oh, backside.
I can shoot through that, right?
Probably. I have no idea.
Stay there, stay long.
Oh, they want you to stay long, Metal.
Now they probably think we're rotating, which is a good thing.
That was very
One
hard.
CT.
One plus one CT, he said. He stole it?
Oh no.
He's looking at short.
Yo!
Yay! He came through for me.
Green game.
He actually looked at the ping. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I ask.
Oh no.
I'm happy. He actually looked at the ping. I'm very happy
Four
now.
for someone there.
M4. I'll
Grab
take
that yellow.
it.
Are we going this way?
Yeah.
Here, yellow, here.
Oh, he does the smoke trick. Ah, he dropped it. You grab it.
Oh. I didn't understand. My bad.
One in bedroom, one in bedroom. And still in bedroom. Still
No
in bedroom.
way. I thought I shot them multiple times. Yeah, just now they were not hiding in the corner.
Jesus. Oh my, he's not bedroom anymore. What the fuck is that crosshair?
They were asking about your crosshair. Oh.
Tell him I'm colorblind. I'm kind of busy.
Oh, tunnel. Holy.
Tunnel.
No kid. Works out.
He didn't see it. Yes.
No kid.
I'm sorry. It paid off planting it in an unusual spot. Woohoo!
They didn't have kid as well. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, fair. It's just the shape and shit. It was real weird.
They're saying that the shape and shit is real weird, he said. I tried I tried to imitate the accent, but I'm just no.
The bigger and thicker it is, the better there is for me to see. Woo! One mid.
Okay, take the bomb.
Wow, those pre-fires, holy shit.
Walking, 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 walking.
Eek. Sorry.
Oh, blue!
I killed someone with fire.
Thank you. Throw in a flashbang.
Well, fuck.
Why'd blue go B? We had...
Oh,
Hey, that pre-fire, what the hell?
someone's being
He's
sus.
constantly shooting where I'm trying to go.
Oh, but damn it, man. Last window.
Hi. Oh.
Oh,
I hit him in the head and it's over. Alright. Alright.
Orange, can I grab it all, please?
Metal, someone want an op from you.
Oh, okay. There you go. I think I gave it to the
Blue,
wrong
can I grab
person.
it, please?
Together we can do this.
Oops. Blue
Thank
took
you.
it.
Oh wait, what? Where'd it go? God damn. What a mess. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
This team feels very polite. Hell yeah.
Oh shit. 1 ton.
No, I need to turn on my sound. There we go. Now I can hear them. Forgot, I'm not streaming, so I can have that turned on.
Hmm.
Whoa! Okay, long. Got it.
One uppers. Fucking what a cunt.
Oh,
Orb uppers, sorry.
One mid.
Ow!
I'm planted.
Wow, that language. One was long. I don't know where the other two are. short? CT, I'm thinking. Yep, CT.
Oh,
Oh well. I knew someone was gonna push that. What the hell?
my bad, my bad. I mean, cunt is nothing bad, right? I think. I mean, cunt is bad, but it's not ban-worthy.
Nah, it's not bad. It's just an Australian thing.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how they say, ah, what a cunt. Opera, opera.
We say it so casually now. It should be universally accepted. It's like, oh, you're Australian, got it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not like, I don't hate the word. I think it's kind of funny. I'll try and go. Oh my god.
Cheeky.
Oh.
Game makes no sense. Was on your skull. Oh, he's talking about the
We're
way
fucking
when he shot.
throwing at this point.
The damage prediction.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's
It's a
talking.
good base spawn, but I don't know.
We could try.
I'm going B. Love it. Princess. Oh, I didn't
I
buy
have-
any grenades. Son of
I'm
a.
Kali. Yeah, that might have been bad.
I hit him.
Two watching mid doors on the same angle.
I believe.
Can't push out.
Yeah, just hide there on your left.
No, on the left.
Can't push out.
Nice.
Yeah, just stay where you are. Just stay where you are.
No, the last one is
Oh wait,
outside.
Last is outside.
Yeah.
Wait, they attacked you?
Yeah, this
Shut
guy
up.
rapes him.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it works, it works.
Bitch, you took my AWP. I mean, I'm glad that we've got it back, but still.
A double P.
Yeah, no, he dominated.
I just had two cunts in mid staring the exact same angle. I fucking love Silver, bro.
See how we say it so casually? It's like, yeah,
I
we're
think
Australia.
I think I
don't
understood.
care.
I think I understood what he said.
In other words, we had two bastards staring at him. That's pretty much what it means.
Oh.
Normally, the C word is either reference to bitch or bastard.
I'll go from A long. Give me a second. Coming out from A long.
Ugh.
Bezo.
One CT.
Not that it matters.
Ow.
Oh, holy no scope.
He's ramp. Oh, man. Is he tagged?
Is he tagged? I don't know.
I
I shot him a
think
few times,
I
but
don't know.
I shot him a few times, but I can't tell. Since
He's gonna be ramp. You watch. Yeah. There you go.
Where the fuck did he go?
Yeah, I'm just taking him on. Thinking that maybe you'll be.
Oi!
Yep, he was
Where
CT.
was he?
Probably walked
He looped
away.
around. He looped around.
Oh
I
my
thought so.
God.
Bro, that gave me the fattest jump scare.
I'm sorry, that's funny.
The fattest jump scare.
The fattest jump scare.
This is what we have been working for.
Everywhere, man.
I'm throwing the black flag.
Yeah, Australia for you. Oh, 1 mid. Oh, was mid?
Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Oh man, I was ready too. One at T spawn. Careful. Careful. There should be one at long. I feel like. Oh,
Sure.
Where is he? Oh.
hell yeah. Ooh, look at that AUG skin. Snake.
I know, it's Snake.
Snake. I have that skin. Oh my god, my damage is like shit.
I'm buying it. One up. I'm buying it.
Buying what?
Hey, my AK, thank you. Hey,
Holy crap, blue!
I'm rushing A long as well.
Oh, going for an ace. Where is he?
Hi, Metal. I'm behind you.
My ace.
Oh!
Oh!
And
I
green
didn't
stole
expect to
the
hit that,
ace.
my bad.
Wow!
Green stole the blue ace.
That was impressive!
Yeah, no, that was my bad, purple, sorry.
Don't worry.
Holy crap, well done! Alright, time to grenade loan like I know.
Oh, heck. Sorry.
You're being chilling. Being chilling.
Bing Jilin!
Wow, they're speaking Chinese. I feel like friend.
Ah! They're here!
Grenade out.
Mommy!
Where? Oh!
That's
What the
too
fuck?
long.
Oh my god. Mid. They already at mid CT.
Whoa!
Oh.
Wow, he got
What
bum
do you
rushed.
do with fucking 10 terrorists chasing you down?
AK rush up mid.
I'm buying a Mag 7 and killing everybody.
Hell yeah.
Oh, one XM.
I smell a long push.
You smell a long push.
I smell.
Ah!
Is it true?
No. I hear one B.
You're kidding, bro. Who pushes like that?
He's tagged purple.
Ah! I hit silver.
Silver so fucking much.
Nobody
Nobody
pushes
like that. What the hell?
Hey, you're in silver. You're gonna expect some unorthodox play.
Oh!
Yo, purple's popping off. Holy shit. Oh. Nice.
One left.
One more, brother. One more.
5 bullets. Ah!
Woo! Didn't look at the ammo.
Green.
Just. Oh god. I'm gonna eco this one.
Yika.
That was sad.
The voice is so sexy. Didn't hear what you said at the start. Oh.
Dude, no, he's not legit.
What the?
He's got you already, bro.
Oh, yo. PPP John. Supremacy. Enemy green is like so good. Cool.
Most cheater account I've seen, but
Throwing flashbang.
Enemy range is a tad bit suspicious to me.
Deploying flashbang.
yeah, green's always headshotting. What the hell? Oh hey, that looks like my gun.
I did 600 damage. Oh no. Oh no.
They're gonna wish they were never born.
One mid.
They've seen us all go over here, so they're probably.
Deploying flashbang.
Why? I was going to rush.
Grenade out.
Wow.
Grenade.
Flashbang. Let's move as one.
To be fair, I was static, so I guess that's an easy target, but that shot was too fast.
Grenade.
I'm
Two
rushing.
pushed me at the same time. That's mad.
One last one is short.
Oh!
Hell yeah, Metal, you're so good.
Jump and a headshot.
Yeah.
Yoink.
Yoing. Gun.
Champion.
Yeah, someone can have their gun back.
I have money, it's okay. I'm buying AUG again, fuck it.
Look at this cheaters,
Thank
but
you.
also run and gun as well. Shut up! It's my only strat.
Flashbang out.
Throwing fire.
I'm blind. I can't
Going
see!
to B, get ready, orange and
Grenade
purple.
out.
Oh, I hit him in the head! Let's go!
I'm coming.
Jesus Christ.
He's the last one left, so we did good holding off. Yeah, he planted. He planted near the door.
Dude, he
Door
is
window.
so cheating. You don't hit heads like that. He never misses, bro. Apart from that.
Give it all, give it all.
Defusing the bomb.
Apart from that.
Yeah,
I
match
guess
point.
grab the AWP.
Fuck out of here, bro. This guy's a loser.
Oh, it's a piece of
Oh my god,
cake,
cats
Oh,
and
it's got
dogs.
cats and dogs on it. Cool.
You bastard.
You bastard.
He took it!
I got 7 grand, bro. Save your money.
We are
That was fucking funny. I'm sorry.
You bastard.
Flashbang.
I'm blind!
Okay, what the fuck? Where
Woo!
did I even kill from? I thought you were gonna watch mid purple.
You mean that purple?
Holy. Green is just headshots everything. I was moving too.
I know.
I don't trust green, I'm sorry.
He's got a yeah. Everyone already mass reported him. You're the only one that hasn't.
Oh, aim hacking and wall hacking.
They were talking about it before.
Hmm. Fish were looking at Kobo. Yo. 2 Kobos.
Yep. Axe.
Let me ult mid. We need to fucking win these next few rounds.
Roger that.
Okay then.
At least 2,
Let's have it, lads.
so we can deny him.
Trying to get the pit.
Oh, fucking hell.
Throwing fire. Flashbang.
One on V as well. Can we have fucking some team comp, guys? Come on.
Well,
What the hell's purple doing?
2 mid. 1 mid, sorry.
what if I go? What if I go and be like, oh, I cannot speak English. I Chinese only. Ooh. I hear them. Beep beep. Ooh.
I couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. Metal, you have no gun.
Cool. I got a kit. I always end up dying anyway to the spam over
Me
here.
again.
2 in bedroom.
Bum long.
He's tagged.
I believe in you.
Got bombed
One
down
was
long.
Just-
one
just
coming
hold, just
from
hold,
me,
just
so be
hold.
careful. Last CT.
I could have done better.
Just stick with the bomb, bro. What?
Nah, I'm gonna try to go short.
He can go B still.
Yeah, you can rotate to B because you can just go through. I don't know why you didn't hold the bomb.
To be honest, I feel like holding the bomb would be the better choice here. Oh,
Yeah, now he's at a disadvantage because he has to shoot through boxes and he doesn't have the gun for it.
oi!
Yeah, AK.
Unfortunate.
Attack 90.
Unfortunate.
Aim up next time.
I did 25 to 1 and 23 to 1 another? Jesus.
I did 85 in 4 and 17 in 2.
Come on,
My grenades are all over the place.
They never really go
Oh.
short, to be honest. I'm checking long.
I hear him?
B.
I think it's a heavy B.
Yeah, it's heavy B.
Heavy
Of course
B.
it is, the one fucking time.
I got one. I
One
traded.
time I don't go B.
The one time he doesn't go B.
Holy.
Poor fella.
Purple was AFK just
Ah.
now.
Yeah, they're gonna come back from this because that cheater.
Yeah. That is maidenless behavior.
Let's move out.
Holy. 3A long.
That scared the
flash.
living fuck out of me.
Tagged on shot.
Holy.
One pit. What the fuck did you get here?
I don't know. That team don't watch mid. And the bag activates. What?
Ooh.
Dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Tough. I didn't play so good as
Oh,
well.
I was the most accurate out of our team?
You?
How? I'm confused, but okay. Yeah, every one of our guys reported him, so we'll probably get
Is
a
it
notification
yellow
saying,
and
hey,
green?
someone you did blah blah blah.
Is
It's
it
just
yellow-
green. It's just green.
Just green? Okay, okay.
Yeah. Every hit he'd hit was headshot.
Yeah. Silver 4 if that shot just doesn't make sense.
I had no problem with yellow whatsoever because I could actually kill him.
Yeah, yellow was good. Yellow has some really good
yeah.
movements there, and they really know
Yeah.
the map knowledge, and without like leaking any footsteps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like so good. So it's at the end, the yellow jump scared me. Towards the end, it's like holy shit, they know the map. They know they know when to not leak footsteps.
Mm-hmm.
The map knowledge.
That knowledge goes a long way.
Which I don't have. I think the problem with me is that I don't know how to like defend in Dust 2. I don't know how to defend A long when I'm at A side. It's like
Fair.
But I'm okay with short.
I just realized I am so close to 100%ing Baldur's Gate after all this time.
100%ing what, sorry?
Oh, all the achievements. I've got 780 hours in Baldur's Gate 3 and I've finally almost 100% of the achievements.
Wasn't there only one achievement for this game?
No, Baldur's Gate.
Oh, Baldur's Gate.
I just went through my notifications like, hey, you're almost finished. It's like, gee, thanks, but okay.
Thanks, okay. Guess I'll play after.
Yeah, I want to look at the activity, not my activity.
I'm so
God
tempted.
damn.
I'm so tempted to just fish with Bat Dragon again. They might fish up my snake.
Oop, wrong button.
Hong
Hong
Kong?
Kong!
It says 64 MS for me. How much is it for you?
Let's roll.
Hey, yeah.
Double D. Okay, I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a double D is?
Can't say that I know. I don't know.
It's for lesbians. That, yeah.
Eh?
Mainly for lesbians. I mean, guys can use it too, but... Do I need to explain more, or...?
I can't tell. My bad.
Are we rushing?
Okay, so it is a very long, double-sided dildo. So you can literally screw each other at the same time.
Oh, that's what it is. Such a thing exists? Holy,
Yeah?
I didn't know. Oh, I didn't see the rank.
Come on, chop chop.
Hong Kong, so they're probably all gonna spout like Chinese, so good luck.
At least we don't have to hear the C word anymore.
Yeah, Hong
Even
Kong,
if it was out of good fun.
like honestly, Hong Kong people are like very rare.
I panicked. I panicked.
I'm coming! Oh my god! Oh my god!
You're it. You're all. That's it.
Help! I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Reload! Watch the guy on your left's gonna push now. Oh, he was so close. Hey yo, I did 39 damage to one, 15 to another, and 2 to another with a grenade.
103, 68 in 2, 31 in 1. That's not bad, I
Holy
think.
cr- Yeah, I'll go again and throw another grenade. That was fun.
Nate Banan.
I'm gonna wish they were never born.
I kind of want to splurge a little bit and get the CT skin that makes your character look like Rambo.
Oh, that one? Oh, that's CT?
No, CT? Or was it T? One of the two.
I have no idea, honestly. Are they going B again?
Ow! Hey yo, nice shot. Oh, clutch! CT, CT, CT. Yeah, just stay there, just stay there.
What?
Oh.
No way!
He is all over the wall. He had nothing left.
No way! I missed every shot?
Hey, look at that, did 82
64.
damage to one person again.
No. Hey.
Oh, grenades, I love you.
How about your mates?
Actual pain from that one. Do they really like to go banana actually?
I don't know, they tend to, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Smoke. They're here, they're coming.
Okay. It's gonna have to go.
Yep, they're here. Oh, that AK, that is scary to be honest.
One mid died. Oh, one holding banana. Yeah, last one is holding banana. Just now.
Oh! I tried.
Oi.
I tried. Oh, I
Yeah.
got it.
Significant explosive damage. They really love to rush B, don't they?
Yeah, I do a little. Oh, wow, I did so much explosion damage.
That is significant. Holy.
Wow. If someone else had naded with me, we probably could have gotten two of them.
Yeah. I'm watching A though, since there's always 3 of you.
Yeah,
going
yeah,
B,
it's
so
good just
yeah.
in case. They'll probably rotate.
Mhm.
Very smart.
Throwing a grenade.
Grenade.
Smoke.
I don't hear him this time. Yep, A, coming. Ah, what was that? Yeah, A, bombs A.
They were at top A. What? No way. Top A jumping down. Bomb. Dee dee. Chicken. Oh no! Fried chicken. No. Pit. Nice.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that happens.
Fried
funny.
chicken.
Uh,
There you go.
We love fried
I'm
chicken.
enjoying myself.
Yeah. Counter-Strike is fun when we don't try hard. I mean, it's not like don't try hard. It's more like don't stress about winning.
Don't
and
take it too
losing.
seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't stress about winning and losing. It's fun. I like it.
It's a game. Just roll with it.
Yeah, it's a game.
It's only because of EA Sports or whatever they competition thing. Ah!
EA Sport. Cheat the game.
What am I thinking? The esports. That's the one. Esports. Because of esports, it got super serious.
Yeah. I just love
Oh, I hear him.
Watching A top. Nothing's happening so far.
I hear two. That's it.
I'll watch A still. Me and Orange
Oh,
is
green
watching A.
came. Okay, cool. Yeah, just stay over there. They may rotate.
Yeah. Sorry?
Yep.
Maybe I'm tired. I didn't see them. I need to watch the VOD again, then I'll see them. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh shit. I was just sitting there letting them shoot. Oh no. I was actually just sitting there letting them shoot. That's crazy.
Me and Green had an agreement.
全爆头得嘞，他们讲。They said all
I accidentally
headshots,
picked
all
up
good.
Green's gun and then he picked up mine. So we just swapped.
Yeah. Wait,
Even
I
though we
didn't,
can't communicate, we know what we're doing.
I didn't buy Ned.
They pushed. Well, one did.
Yeah. Checking.
How bad he did? Oh, he hit me good. Ew. He
MP9.
did that much to me in one hit? Fuck. What gun did he have?
Ah, my
Big
headset.
hit, right?
Why is my headset only left side noise?
Oh, I didn't do any damage with the laser. They've learned.
107.
I'm gonna delay my green.
I have Nate this time. Fish using tasty chicken.
Oh god. Yeah, the one that just happened from the incendiary. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I throw.
I wanted to be very disoriented. Okay. I'm checking A top.
Yeah, go away. I'll stay here. Oh! Go, defuse, defuse. They can cover you.
Yeah. Holding it.
Yeah, let's go. Where was he looking?
I don't know.
Okay.
Guess I'll still use MP9 for now. Pretty fishy? Heck yeah. Awu? I didn't know dinos Awu, but hi Dinoforce.
Can I fish using a fish?
I think you can.
Why is he saying 666 plus? Is that because of my freaking grenades?
Liu 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 is like very good, very nice play. Or sometimes can be meant
Oh.
sometimes can be meant as sarcastic.
Team flash.
Wee, nice. We love shotgun. I think orange is checking A. Yeah, orange is at the brewery checking A.
I still hear him.
Yeah.
Barely. He's walking.
Ooh.
Ah, yep, I wasn't fast enough. Still, I'm just happy I got someone. It was a good shot, though. It was a good shot.
Fish using a bus. You could get many
Oh,
fish.
yeah.
Oh, a bus could get a collar. I know it says a watch, but it's a collar in my book.
You can push up with it. Yeah.
Hey, you're finally awake. A tank got
I got a
bus-
bucket.
bucket. You got a Skyrim bucket.
I fished for the fish tank to get a bucket. They're a very small bucket.
Molotov. Throwing a grenade.
Ooh, that was a good throw. That was an AWP.
Bomb drop A short.
They're here. They're probably gonna come through CT.
Oh my god, I didn't see that one. Shit. My bad. Man,
Fished
maybe.
up the earth with me. What? My bucket. My bucket!
Heck yeah. Here is a very small bucket. I mean, I'm small in general. The earth.
One left.
His skull's
Reload,
poking down.
reload.
Unfortunate. Oh,
Woo! He must have been wow, I did 90 damage to someone with a grenade. Holy crap.
maybe that's why people don't use AUG? Question mark.
I don't know.
Go, go, go.
I like AUG though.
Laying down smoke.
Wow, that's a throwback skin for the AWP. I used to have that.
Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
Grenade.
Incendiary out.
Yeah, now they sound like I jumped up.
I'm still at A pit. Wait. They jumped down from A. One. Bomb drop A.
Oh, that's the one that I grenaded.
Heck yeah. Nice too.
Champion.
Fish something cool.
There you go, buddy. Have an AK.
I have a M4. My screen
Yeah,
is
there you
too
go,
small.
Orange.
I cannot see what people fish now.
Yeah.
Deploying flashbang.
You bet there's like in between where you can like adjust it yourself.
Nah, it's alright. Like, my screen's small, but as long as you guys can see it, it's all good.
Throwing fire.
Hi, Nexus. Welcome back.
They're all there! Mommy!
B? Oh, sorry.
This is the first time they rushed! Yeah, aim lower, buddy. Aim lower. There's it. Oh, you got it.
Ooh.
Right.
Fish.
Ew.
What did I get with the fish? VHS tap? VHS tap.
Hi.
Throwing fire.
Grenade out.
Ah! He blocked me.
Smoke.
The sex tape. Oh my god.
Deploying flashbang.
Where's that?
The end of banana, they're camping.
Guess I should try to. Holy! Couldn't win against a duo like that. Fish with no money. I'm broke.
Chicken nugget.
I mean, chicken nugget is pretty not expensive, I think.
Depends where you are.
Chicken nugget here is kind of expensive though. Wee, I kill.
You got the assist.
I tagged them.
Most of my damage was grenades.
I fished my own guardian thing.
Wake me up inside.
You can rush
Me
pandan.
up inside.
I love pandan. I love pandan. I want pandan. Pandan, pandan, pandan.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Wee! One more banana. Oh, you fished, Roxanne? Neat. Heck yeah. Sorry, it's too small. I couldn't see. Wee. Yellow didn't want to plant for some reason. The rat. Who got the rat? Let's make the fish smaller.
Flashlight gets a rat.
Flashlight.
No, it's fleshlight. You know what that is?
Flash? I think I know what that is.
The toy for boys.
Yeah, some sort of toy, right? Yeah. I think we call them Fatey Brain? Something like that.
We just call them flashlights. It looks like a flashlight, but you know, flesh style.
Yeah. What an angle. I don't think I can shoot that one. Fishing for ants.
Air dryer.
I have 9% headshot rate. I'm so good.
I have 66 apparently. When did that happen?
Let's go, my brother.
I like hair dryer too. Think they might rush because they're ecoing.
Fire in the hole. Bring in Molotov.
There's the grenade spam I was worried about. Check your corners.
Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry.
thought so.
Sorry, I didn't check that.
I got hit in the face with a Desert Eagle point blank. How am I alive? Ouch, Charlie, that really hurt.
Wish by trading Kobo for something rare. No! I think you got the Sunny. Enemy yellow disconnected the game.
Again, isn't that his third time?
Disconnected by user means that they left on their own, I think.
Yeah.
Out of the F4, probably.
Hmm. We will never know.
Yeah. 强吧。My headshot is going down every kill I got. You know, a little bit off topic rant. YouTube looping playlist function just doesn't work. It's so bad. Like I have a playlist playing right now, and then I have the loop playlist option on, but then when the last music plays, right, when the last music plays, YouTube will just be like, oh, let's play something from not from the playlist. It's like, it's so bad. A basic function is not working. Crazy. Fish Kobo back. You got sunfish instead. Fish with that one plug you saw that no one should use. Plug?
Yeah. I took a picture of it a long time ago on my old phone. It was called Big Red. Let's just say horse.
Oh. When did YouTube ever work? True. Kobo gun forever. Oh god! Oh god! Ah.
What? Kobo gone?
I couldn't add echo to it. Ah. Throwing smoke. Grenade! Molotov! Oi! That was a flash that flashed right in front of my eyes. MP9. I'm just gonna plant here.
I die. They're here.
Here is.
Here one.
Negip.
That was dirty.
We love Negip. I'm checking
It was
my
point
head.
blank too, so I wasn't gonna miss.
Oh, that's your Mac 10. With a dragon sticker.
Yeah, they stole it.
It's mine now.
Where are they? In the apartment, probably.
I'm checking T-spawn.
Terrorists win. We cannot be killed.
I was gonna give this back to the guy, but okay.
What's that gun?
I guess it's mine now.
Oh hey, it's another one of your lapis skater.
Woo!
Oi! They will bring out the Negip as well. Negip.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
Flashbang. Oh, nice. Negip. Head hurts a little bit though. It's alright, you got this. Oh,
No, buddy, look.
CT,
You could have done
CT.
something. Save me now. I need a hero.
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Hey.
never mind. Dinosaur.
Oh, dinosaur. I want to buy the skin.
That's the one I got.
I want it. I have so much money.
I know.
I want... Let me try SG.
I'm gonna try Princess.
princess? I'm
Oh,
on
he
the
dropped it.
princess as well. He dropped
He,
it?
he dropped dinosaur.
Mine now. A princess is at the ground.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry, I shot someone.
Ow!
That was your bag. I'm so sorry.
He plants it in the water, it's harder to see.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my theory.
it works.
At least I killed someone with the princess, I'm happy. Try to aim to get at least one person with the princess each match I play. Was that CT? Or that banana?
I mollied CT. CT.
Oh, CT! Oh, AWP, don't peek!
I'm peeking. They don't have aim. Gee. That is the best duel of all time.
Tenderizer! Holy crap, assists!
Oh my god. Most unique weapon kills? Heck yeah. What a duel. I should clip that. they miss a 5 op shot. I missed 20 M4A one shot. And then we're down to pistols and then we were kissing each other. That basically was what happened. And I won. Somehow. Oh fuck.
Is that it for you, or are you going again? Because it is getting pretty late. It's like 7 o'clock for me.
You okay for one more?
I can do one more.
Alright, then there's just one more then. We want to keep metal for too long as well. Oh, my case sold. No, it didn't.
Oh, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have to go. My food is ready. I just got a notification from family.
Okay. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, anytime.
Kobo friend. Thank you.
Bye, bye.
Bye bye. Have good food.
Yeah.
Hey. It's 4:26. What I want to do? I'm feeling I have so many herbs. and turtle. I'm thinking either this or this actually. Haven't played Yark Survivors in a while, but this game is so much fun. Fast Penguin is really fun as well, but the music is so unbalanced, I hate it. Like, the music is such a banger, but then you cannot hear it. It's like, why? Darkest Dungeon? I mean, Darkest Dungeon is pretty fun. Penguin? Okay, before I play Penguin though, let me check if there's any like mods to make, or like anything to make the music play louder. I only play for 32 minutes, by the way. Game cute. I like this game. CT told me about this game. It's like, ooh, I played on Switch for one round and it's like 30 FPS. I hate it. And then now we have PC. It's much better. See, the looping playlist doesn't work. Now it's playing Ray Dao music. God damn. Alright, Ray Dao it is. Fast. Penguin. Penguino? Louder music. Pengu? Noot noot. Pengu? Nah, There's none. Banan? We want the banan just now, yeah. Alright, I guess we can play some fast penguin. Alright, stream information. I gotta go fast. But Penguino. Penguino. Why Penguino? Don't ask. Fast Penguin. I can show you this game as well. This game is pretty fun, honestly. It's like a race, but penguin and really cool. Okay, let me close the music. I just wish there's a way to make the game louder. Drink? I will. Thank you, Evie. Oh, I'm gonna go get my phone real quick. Be right back. Oh yeah. Where's my controller? My... You made the chase so loud. My monster hunting controller. Nice. Does it work? Yes, it does. You're not online, connect with friends. Oh yeah, this game uses Epic. It's like, Oh my god. Where Dozo Corp? I didn't meet the 5 members in the game. Hello 16-bit world happening now. Attack, surf and attack. Attacking other players at the start of the game. Prefer practicing attack. If a newcomer practice to attack. Attack seals. What do we have for sale? Fresh orange, gentle gondola. Oh my god. Floppy disk? How fast are the penguins? I don't know. Pen putter. What am I looking at? This one's kinda cute. You literally have 100 premium currency and 29k monies. I played once. I played once. That's all I played. Ooh. Speedy skateboard. I want the skateboard. I would be cool. Wee. Yeah, you can have a whole ass orca. But why have orca when you can have a skateboard? Ass orange is gonna love them. Look at the penguin, they're so happy. Yeah, I like this one. Is it fresh? Is it fresh? Right, let's try. Matching priority. Oh, that's Asia. I don't know what matching priority means, but alright, now we wait. So like Fall Guys, something like that, I guess. But the play is very different. Like the gameplay is different, but the rules are similar. Oh, hey! Whoa. Fish level? Oh yeah, level was here for a bit. You cheeky bastard, why? Let's go. Wait. Attack first. Yay! I got it instead. It works. Is that bad? Ow. Oh no! Oi, I'm number 1. I'm number 1. Appearing here and not even placing me in his mall. Nah, I'm already in his mall. I tried. I want to attack people. I got attacked instead. Let's go skateboard! Crap. Right. No, there's so many like bad plays there. I don't know why sometimes there's like double sound playing. I kinda like this, a goofy King of the Hill racer with penguins. It's kinda fun, I like it. You went all gay like for a moment, gay penguins? Who? Gay pengu? Not. Hey yo, are we marbles on stream? Oh, where are you hiding? Ow. I missed. Out of my way! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh my god, I got too quick. Are you serious? I missed. I tried to be a bad penguin. Good enough. Neck. I like throwing all in. Activity final? Okay. I haven't seen you hit me. Unfortunate. Mine! Let's go! Get robbed! Ow! Get robbed! Oh, what's happening? Was that too aggressive? What's happening? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm staying away from this Kobo on the road. You better. What? Oh, it's points. First place 50 points? What is that? First place 50 points? Oh. Because first race ain't worth that much. God dang it. But first race has even more people though. best in the village. Oh, I guess the more rank I got, the much better people I'm gonna play against. As you can see, they all gradually go up in point worth. Oh, I have glasses. Fish and wool. Oh my god, fish and wool. Disc split. Oh. Oh, disc splitter. Oh my god. What? Hell yeah. How the fuck? What happened? What happened? There was a whole fish inside wool. It's possible. It's possible. This game feels alright to me. It's like I can play this once or twice and then I'm like, okay, it's good. Wee. Oh. Efficient coffee cup. Hash to adrenaline pad. I missed everything. Who? Dang, all the sardines just hiding me. Ow. Is it not aligned well for the one? Oh shit. Okay. Oh my god, that was scary. Ah. That last part feels good. At first I didn't play well, but towards the end, that one ultimate changes everything. Oh my god, I went the wrong way, holy. Well, gonna play extra hard for this. Aww. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh, okay. That was weird. Ow. Ow. Get out my way! I'll take third. Flying looks buggy. Yeah, very buggy. That was weird. Throw all in. Alright, don't go the wrong way this time, okay? I messed up. Ow, what the fuck? Feels like there's a lot of lag in this one. Look at that. Everything's sort of just teleporting around. Okay, 9. We take those. That was a little bit too close. This one feels very laggy. Like, connection actually affects this one. It's crazy. What is it doing to the chair? Ayo. Oh, it's all sand dune? I thought there's more different maps. Holy, look at that! I'm so laggy, holy! Ow. Out of my way, out of my way. Fair enough. Oh no. Unfortunate. This is gonna explode. Not too good, but hey, we take those. This one feels very laggy. Very, very laggy. Maybe it's because of the matching priority, question mark? It's so big, so hard to fish up. Oh, I'm 5th. I'm not too bad. Fish Brecky. Oh, hi Brecky. 3rd, 9th, 6th. A total of 20 red badges. I don't understand any of that, but I got a bunch of stuff. Oh, emote 1, can of sardines, emote 1. What about orange throwing? I like this one. A few bonus items. Oh, I see what I mean. Okay, so then dot. If it's solid, then I got the bonus item. If it's not solid, then I haven't got the bonus item. Interesting. That's how you can get more items. In order to acquire, you must purchase a paid pass. The penguins at the back, I'm scared. Whoa.
Okay, what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'll yip for the next 2 minutes. I will yip. I don't know if it's 2 minutes actually. 3 minutes, it's okay. Ooh, all in. Oh. Pirata? Yo. Pirata. Olive oil? Oh. Uh-oh. Tiger Moon, hi. Ooh. Welcome in. I can see my mouse. Wait a second. Hello, Tiger Moon. Hi, the Taggy. Hi, Golden Wolf Fairy. Hi, Lycan. Hi, V. The sun is shining dirty in my face. This is Tundra. Welcome in, Raiders. Raid? Wow. Hello. I usually don't play this game. Hi, welcome in. What were you playing? Fish a fish? Heck yeah. Lethal Company? Ooh. I haven't played Lethal Company in a long time. How is it? Hopefully it was heckin' fun. I heard there's like a similar game to Lethal Company. It's called a Repo? Question mark? Never seen the game myself. But how was your stream? Hopefully it was good. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons 2 bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Also, I just kind of decided to check this game out for a bit. Chicken nugget. I think auto recommend should be the one. That match was laggy as hell. Chicken nugget. That was fast. Exclamation mark bracket. What is that gonna give? Hey.
Hug. Absolutely destroy it. Woo. Oh, is it always the same map? Eee. Oh. Well, good luck with Cursed Kobold. Oh, I tried. Oh, this one feels nice. It's not laggy at all. I don't get phantom hits anymore. That was dangerous. I don't know why I did that. Why I did that. I did it again. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Get out! Wait, how do you even get up there? Oh. I'll take 8. Eh. Eh. This one feels more chaotic, I like it. The troll orange gang, me and one orange penguin. Oh yeah, a little bit late, but if you need any post-stream care, Tiger Moon, definitely go through them. Very important. Heck yeah, get some drink, get some rest, get some food. Yeah, what the fuck is happening? Help! Going in. Look at this guy. Ay. Right now. Get out of my way. Ow. You know what? Deserved. Oh no! That's not deserved. Yeah, I could make it, I think. Oh my god, 10th place! I'll take it. Detroit Orange. Hi, Suri. Speed, Kobo fast. Can you play as Jade in this game? I mean, I'm playing as partially Jade, I think. Behop, I'm behoppen. We take those. Those nasty. Oh no, I hit the bomb. Unfortunate. Oh, I played so well too. Well, not well enough now. Let's keep trying. Out of my way! Oh, I didn't jump. Fuck. I got robbed. Unfortunate. That could have been my number one. I messed up. I didn't jump. Club Penguin Racing Club Edition? I heard about Club Penguin, but I never played it. The bonk. Unfortunate bonk. Let's go. 10, only 10 people can get in. Let's go. Fair enough. Oh, they hit. Oh, unfortunate. What's happening? What's happening? Why am I going sideways? Get out of my way! Out of my way! Get out! Ow. Unfortunate. Yes, sir. I'll take 8. Wait. What's happening? Tokyo Drift 4. That was so weird. If that didn't happen, I could have got like maybe top 5. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay, game? I'm at the side. I'm the leftmost side. See if you guys can see me. I'm at the leftmost side. Hiya. I'm 7. I'll take 7. Good enough. All pass. I get 1 second. Hidden ping. Hidden ping 1. More consecutive successful attacks. That was kinda cool. Nice money. Yeah, looks like auto-recommended server is like the best. Matching priority is really bad. It was laggy as hell. They probably put me at a different server, like other than Asia. So maybe that's why? Would be my guess, I don't know. I'll play one more. Counter-Strike got me really tired. I might end the stream slightly earlier than usual. I like those glasses. Me too. Look at their belly, it's so soft too. Their belly is so soft. Squishy. A big wave of ice. The music is so hype in this game, I love it. Bahop, bahop. Oh, that guy want to attack me. Get away from me, buddy. Yeah, they tried. Now I tried. Get out. That might be a bad ultimate use. I feel like I'm gonna get really shit on towards the end. yeah. Clean, so clean. I'm first. Yeah. Eh, 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 eh. Giant Whirlpool Party Fever. This one is really hard. I played once just now. SSG. Timing. Thanks. Yeah, I hate those guys. Let's go. I'm drifting again. I'm drifting again. I'm drifting again. They hide! Unlucky. Oi! Oh no. I'll take pipe. Hi, Uncle Ward. But that's so lewd. What's lewd? I think they should add a butt emote to do. Nah, that's not lewd. I'm still number 1. I can keep this up, I think. Tropical Hawaii night party. Oh, I can hit in mid-air. Lucky. Don't hide. Oh man, why? That was so loud. Oh. Ow. Oh, thanks. Let's go. I'm toxic. I'm toxic. Everyone's just standing still. Toxic build? Heck yeah, I'm only toxic in this game. Need spanking? Nuh-uh. You cannot find me. Hey. Lucky. I jumped. Come on. Or not. I'm like, oh my god. Gay bridge, let's go. Oh, they were aiming for me. Fair enough. Oh no! If I attacked them, I could have won. I could have won. Fair enough. Fair enough. That was good. That was good. That was good. Hey, I'm number 1. Let's go. I'm number 1, let's go. Alright, we good. Spank the ball. Nah. 1-5-1-4. Good enough. Use the emote 500 times. Rank up. I'm now pro. Oh shit. Both say no to a dragon seems sus. I couldn't say no on. I couldn't say yes on stream. Oh. Only 21 left. What's this? Is there a way to buy emo? I'd be surprised if not. Such a good looking burp. Burp. You could if you weren't a coward. Mama, no race, no bitch. Oh, I want this one. I can throw Mega Orange? Ooh. But still, Solar, I didn't do nothing wrong. You cannot just spank the Kobo. You cannot just spank the Kobo. a second and I went, what? No, that's cheating. Nice. Who? You always spank for fun? No. No. Oh my god, oh my god. Flip. Yeah! Fake news? You're gorgeously handsome. That's Brecky, I know, right? Brecky heckin' cool. Heckin' adorable. Oh, some got legs. I didn't know. I didn't know you can. I didn't know you can emote while playing. Alexa, Gorge Treasure Expedition. I'm at Pro now, so everyone should be really fucking good at the game. Not me though. I'm gonna get hit here. Thanks. Thanks. Going in. Get out of here. Oh, I had a feeling. Coming in with the big boy skateboard. Get out of here. Oh shit, I thought I could cheat. Ow. All in, all in. I'm just throwing all in. I love throwing all in. Oh, that's a new one. Alright, shit. Huh. I'll take that. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunate for you. Holy, what the fuck? Okay. We take those. Juju. Fish possum? New mold. Oh, I'm still last though. No, I'm first now. Oh hell yeah. All in. All in. All in. This is kinda tight. Holy shit. This is kinda tight. I like it. I like it. Season light surf. Thanks. Hi. Hi, how you doing? What? Let's go. Nice, clean, so clean. Blech. That's what she said. I mean, what? Who said what? Who said what? What said who? Let's go double first place. It's so tight. What could be tight? You're such a pro penguin. Huh? I'm above average. Slightly above average, maybe. Alright, last activity. Here we go. Fuck. I thought I could hit this. I got greedy. I got greedy. Oi. Oh my god, so lucky. That's really bad. That's gonna explode. This is not gonna explode. Fuck. Get robbed, brother. I'm just that good. Hiya! Hiya, yeah, 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 yeah. Hiya, yeah, 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 yeah. Bleh. Let's go. Triple first place. Actually locked in. Love the pineapple costumes. I have that. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm only throwing orange. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. People might think that I played this game for like 10,000 hours. But I have not. I just started playing this game. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, we good. So many chef penguins. Yeah. The penguins in this game is so adorable. Seventh, first. That was crazy. Wee, so many things. Okay, thank God I'm still a pro. You glad you got that emote? Yeah, I love it. That was a nice GG. Oh, more orange. How about an orange? What's with this game in orange? Hyla? I kinda want this one, but I have no money. This game is something with orange and pasta, huh? Ooh, wait, that's so cool. The rolling moon. Oh, is this ultimate? Oh, it is. That's a nice hat. Breakfast plate. Oh my god, look at the penguin! It's so heavy! Oh. This game is actually really cute, I like it. Oh, I pressed open. I want the pineapple costume. Oh! Oh, pink glasses? Oh. Pineapple. Pineapple. Hey, sweetie. Oh my god. Hi, Kian. I'm a little bit tired, but I kind of want to play one more as well. Imagine durian costume. If only I would wear that. A Kobo. Hey, it's my mousy milk. If like, imagine a kobold wearing a durian costume. I think that's kinda cute. Best fruit costume? Yeah. Oh, mangosteen would be cute, yeah. I think playing that Counter-Strike makes me feel very tired. Mangosteen is my favorite food. Ooh, you're gonna like Monster Hunter Wild. One of the meal that they have is like a lot of mangosteen. It's really cool. I like that one. I think I'm gonna go take a break. Not a small break, but a break in general. I'm feeling a little bit tired. Actually, I'm feeling very tired. The stream is a tad bit on the shorter side, I think. It's not short, but it's okay-ish amount of time, maybe. Restman, thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you. What was I listening to again? History. I guess we can listen to Street Fighter music for a bit. I mean, just now it was playing and it was really nice. This one. Mmm. 3 cards, 3 gems. Oh, by number. Why can I get a play? Gems! Gems! Gamble! You're gonna win, you're so lucky now. Celebrating 4 years. Oh, Vertaki's been streaming for 4 years. Oh god, Vertaki is so adorable. Oh, Vertaki is a 3D model? Vertaki is playing Monster Hunter Wilds with a 3D model? Holy shit, she must have a beast. What a beast of a PC, huh? Vertaki is streaming. I got a chance to raid into Vertaki finally. Vertaki is celebrating 4 years. Fish because it's what I do. I want to fish too. Oh my god, you got the pond itself. Holy. Don't ask, it's okay. My turn. I want to fish too. I cannot become one with the pond. Oh my god. Can I get pond too? No, I got fish instead. I got something out of wool. Alright, let me plug things real quick. I gonna summon Benny as well. Thanks for head pet. I finally got a chance to raid into Vertaki, and I'm gonna do just that. Feast. Right, here's the coffee link. Man, of course we don't get legendary stuff. Woe is catching everything. I mean, to be fair, Woe has been very hardworking, you know, catching things. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Fish legendary fish away from Jay. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. Hi, served. This race you have black warmers, I'm assuming. Super cute. Ah, thank you. I kinda want one in real life, but I just don't know how to get them. Bully, Jade, bully. What? I guess I'm taking all the legendary fish away from Jade with that trolley. And I was on the Laos over Discord channel. Wow. I announce stream stuff over there. And I spam dragon pictures whenever I can. I miss the ones I found while I was doing ice skating as a young adult. Oh, I never really have leg warmers. I mean, since Malaysia is warm enough as it is, it would be nice to have one. Are they called? So they're called leg warmers, huh? Leg warmers. In Chinese, no outfit. Y2K? Ooh, there's a lot of leg warmers. They don't look what I think they look like. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky. Trolley is good. Great for driving, trolley. Heck yeah. I wanna sit inside trolley. Fair enough. I miss wearing them with denim shorts and tights. I just kinda want one because I usually wear socks when I sleep. So if I have leg warmers when I sleep, I think that's gonna feel very heckin' nice. Oh my god. Guess I can find one. I was just thinking that. Oh my god. Like honestly, sleeping with socks on feels comfortable. Very comfortable. I like that. Right? I remember years ago when I started streaming not too long ago, and then I mentioned that I sleep with socks on, and then there are a few people in the chat there, oh my god, what kind of psychopath are you? It's like, what? It feels good. What do you mean, psychopath? So apparently it's not a normal thing to do. I don't know, but to me it's really normal since it's very mega like comfortable, and I like that feeling. It's nice. Belly rub redeem when? It's probably gonna happen during only when I'm using 2D model, which is happening a lot lately. I guess I could do that, yeah. Oh, I can definitely do that. That's a good idea. Oh yeah, I plugged my Discord, I plugged my Bernie. Tempered alpha to Shaguma, I'm fucked. Nah, it's all good. It's only a bear. I wanted to make a belly rub redeem, but I don't want strangers to give me belly rubs. Oh, true. I hate that as well. I don't like strangers giving me a belly rub. I mean, a boop is fine. But in real life, if people pet and boop me in real life without knowing who they are, that's also scary. But on the stream, I guess when I'm a kobold, it's fine. I mean, a kobold just exudes, I want to get booped energy, I guess. But yeah, I get what you mean. I don't think there's like a specific there's like a redeem that can only make a specific people can redeem it. If there is, that would be nice. Oh, maybe I can make a command that's like only accessible by a specific person. Like VIPs, for example, maybe? And people can give belly rub. I can make it with code. Holy. It sounds hard though. I don't know code. Yeah, command probably works too. I think command is a good alternative. I think. Probably, maybe. Let's see. I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm gonna quickly raid into Vertaki, just in case Vertaki is gonna like raid out. I hope not soon. Hey, me first. Yup. Let me type in the raid to Vertaki. We're gonna raid to our kobold friend. Vertaki looks so adorable then. Oh my god, that's a really nice 3D model. I don't think I'm missing anything. Yeah. I'm gonna raid out. I'm gonna go get food real quick. Probably lie down for a bit. I don't know why today Counter-Strike seems to be very draining to me. A little bit. It feels a little bit weird. I don't know. But I had fun. It was really nice. Alright, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate it. Oh, Brian! Oh my god. What was I saying again? Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Thank you. What they call love y'all so much, I guess. Of course I love y'all so much. Also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Okay? Here comes the raid to Vertaki. Boy, Kobo friend. Got a chest right into a Kobo friend. Wow. And what's better is that Vertaki is also a purple bull. And you know how much I love purple. Raid message? Oh fuck. There. Fish last fish. That's a raid message. But of course you can use your emote if you don't have my emote. It's okay. I'm the fish as well. Blue discus. What I get? What I get? I need to fish faster. Oh, hey, that's my dinner. I could eat that. It's not chom. It's not very crunch, but I can eat that. What's that? Alright, tomorrow I'll do more art then. Alright? Take care everyone. Kobo loves you. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. I just need to look at this fish real quick. Heck. Oh,